absolutely going to play this with a gamepad, but I want to see this up in the corner here. 40 years ago, London was stolen by bats. Discover a dark and hilarious gothic underworld where hell is close, and mortality is cheap, and the screaming has largely stopped. Welcome, delicious friend. So if this game is set in that universe, what has happened is London was stolen by bats. Okay. Wait, this was my test game. Let's see, if you die, you can only continue with a new captain, or you can reload or continue with a new captain. I feel like it's probably going to be more fun if we do Legacy, because I think there's, like, continuous things that happen. Let's see. Aiming assistance. Let's try it on none. Let's just do normal mode. I'm assuming default is normal mode. Overheated firing will damage your engine, so that's good to know. Log of Her Majesty's Locomotive, the Orphean, March 14th, 1905. Our expedition to the domains of the dead has been eventful. The Orphean is damaged and in grievous need of repairs and supplies. We are returning, in haste, to the Reach, where I hope to make a port at New Winchester. May God be with us, for 1,000 deaths wait in the sky. Final entry of Captain Amelia Charity Whitlock, DCM, written shortly before her death. Made it. Gotta read fast. Ooh. March 16th, 1905, you have returned to the Reach, an untamed, sunless span of the heavens. London's new frontier. A celestial garden run wild. Let's see, is there... Ooh. Oh, okay, that's right. You have no scout on board. Ooh. I'm not going to be annoying with that at all. Okay. Dodge right, dodge left. Your journey back from the Blue Kingdom was tumultuous. Your locomotive is damaged, and Captain Whitlock badly wounded. Oh, so she's not dead yet. Or she is, because it's the 17th. As first officer, the crew look to you. The nearest station is New Winchester. Can you get the Orphean there safely? Probably not. Hi, Jeff. I found the horn button. Toggle cruise control. Let's see. Much to the relief of your stokers, you find a barrel of fuel among the detritus. Being able to dodge with the bumpers is so useful, sadly cannot do that in seas. The Ozymandias. A wreck drifts here, less fortunate even than you. We should scavenge her for repairs, the crewman suggests. And he's right. Let's see. The wreck hangs in the sky, pocked with recent gunfire. You and the boarding party don your sky suits, garments of waxed canvas lined with felt to protect against the cold of the sky. Two of the crew are whispering as they dress. What business did Captain Whitlock have in the Blue Kingdom anyway? Why the devil did we trespass on the districts of the dead? You silence him. Now's not the time. Leap across to the wreck. The gap between the two engines isn't wide, but the endless fathoms of heaven gape beneath it. I think that's a lot of people's worst fears, being lost in space. Oh my god. This sucks. I've been reading everything out loud this whole time, and my microphone's been muted. I hate this. Thanks for telling me. Um, so I've been doing a really good job of reading everything, just so you know. And to catch you up, I complained that I jumped without a tether earlier, and uh, dang, just Happy Pride. My headset is being homophobic. Um, just imagine that I've been doing an excellent, amazing job so far. uh, you can definitely hear me now, right? God, that sucks. All right. I had OBS. I had OBS minimized because I was all like, I could just look at the screen on the thing, and then I can see how far behind y'all are from me. Um, and that's why I didn't notice that my audio wasn't going. Do I need a third monitor? I don't want a third monitor, but I don't have room. All right, let's keep going. You find you find enough food and gear to restock your supplies, and enough spare parts to make necessary repairs to the Orpheon. The food will need to be thoroughly thawed, of course, but you've eaten worse in the skies. Oh ho! Cries one of your party, prying the lid off a long crate. It holds a cannon still nestled in straw. Another crewman pulls a battered bird cage from a pile of ruined cargo. Within the cage, something winged and furred opens a sullen eye. You examine your finds. Do I have a pet now? I want a pet. Oh, also, since you're aware of this setting, I wanted to ask you, are we like in actual space or are we more in like the a mascot slot? Yes. Are we like in actual space or are we more in like the atmosphere where there's still like a thin thing of air and like a little gravity? Like we're in orbit maybe? Because there's plants. I guess actual space, but it's also sort of metaphysical. Okay, so we're doing rule of cool here. I approve. It gets weird. I hope so. Oop, let me reselect this. Let's see. The Ozymandias emits a long, juddering creak. Your boarding party exchange nervous glances. From the chaos of its hold, you have retrieved repairs and supplies, and discovered some useful equipment. A gun that could be mounted on your locomotive, and an educated bat. Let's see, I can either mount the Jerusalem cannon on the Orpheon. Um, in Sunless Seas, people can die perfectly because they're so shielded from the light of stars, which enforce natural laws. Can't die permanently. Oh, that's fascinating. The heavens are wide, so locomotives use scouts, like bats, to locate things of interest. Ports, resources, wrecks like this one to scavenge. I'm gonna do the bat first in case something happens. The bat treats its rescue as an inconvenience and immediately begins haggling over pay. You offer to put it back in its dang cage and leave it on the Ozymandias, at which point it becomes more polite. You doubt it will last. I hope it won't last. I love this thing. I'm sorry, this man who I just gave a job. Alright, let's take the cannon. The Cotterell Hathersage Jerusalem fires single shells to a good range more or less accurately. You order two of your party to get it back to your vessel and fit it immediately. The Ozymandias groans again. The structure shudders spasmodically. In the Seafarer game, we had a long discussion about bats, and each ship had a different breed of bat. Amazing. Your boarding party exchanged nervous glances. From the chaos of its hold, you have retrieved repairs and supplies and discovered some useful equipment. Press on to the engine room. You may find more fuel there, but you had better hurry. The Osmandius is beginning to tear apart. Hmm. Why not, right? Ooh. The wreck of the Ozymandias screeches as its metal buckles and tears. You press on through the shuddering corridors, searching frantically for the engine room. It's foolish for all of you to go. Send your quickest and lightest to retrieve fuel, while the rest of you return to the Orpheon. Hearts is the skill of convincing and enduring. Or send the rest of the boarding party back to the Orpheon, go on alone. Mirrors is the skill of investigating and deducing. I'm gonna go by myself. Success! The wreck's engines are choked with old ash. You search swiftly, aware of every creak in the bulkhead, every tremble that runs through the dead locomotive. Finding several sacks of coal, you drag them to an exterior hatch and fling them across to the Orpheon before leaping after them. Unshackling your locomotive from the Ozymandias, you stoke your engines and steam away, restocked, refueled, repaired, and rearmed. Amazing. Alright, wait. Ooh, who I got? Inventory. The Shivering Jimmy. Fuel supplies. Minimum safe manning number. Okay. Status. The Clockwork Sun? Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Alright, let's keep going. Oops. How do I open my chart? The walls of the captain's cabin are lined with a hodgepodge of curios from across the sky. Captain Whitlock lies in bed. Black marks cover her skin like a monstrous brand. When she coughs, coils of acrid smoke pour from her lungs. Hi, Dowry. Let's approach the bedside. Her mouth is blistered from the blue fires that dance on her tongue. Her hand grips your arm. Her skin is hot as a kettle. Made arrangements. The Orpheon will be yours. Her voice is just a rasp of burnt meat breath. But promise, she breaks off to scream a word in a language that was not made for human mouths. When she resumes speaking English, she is weaker, her request little more than a gasp. Promise me one last service, please. Uh, Promise her you will obey her last command. She sinks back, relieved. All in my will, she gasps. Be a better. She breaks off as the sigils burned into her bones flare, glowing cherry red through her flesh and skin. Better captain than I. The effort exhausts her. She sinks back into the scorched pillows and a twisting, frantic fever. Dang. The walls of the captain's cabin are lined with a hodgepodge of curios from across the sky. Captain Whitlock lies in bed, black marks. Oh, alright. Bye. You leave the cabin and the scorched stink of its air behind, and return to the bridge. New Winchester is further than you'd like, and the captain hasn't had long left. Ooh. And also, I'm killing a man. Oops, 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 oops. Got him. Oop. You prepare to board the buckled wreckage, poised to plunder the plunderers. Behind you, someone is humming a song of victory. Let's see. We can recover its weaponry, or raid the remains, or strip it for repairs. I'm not damaged. The bridge is in ruins, the hold is crumpled, but its main gun has survived. An engineering crew could remove it intact. Stolen valuables. Now let's recover its weaponry. Your crew return in one piece and bearing the spoils of your victory. It was a right devil to remove, Captain, says the lead engineer. Hope you'll make good use of it. The Marauder cannon launches chunks of jagged, superheated rock via a brutally basic mechanism. Simple, ruthless, effective. Ooh! Oops. Got him. Let's raid the remains. Your boarding party returns with wallets and watches, cufflinks, lockets, and keepsakes. You store them in the safe to be pawned when, if, you make it back to port. Ooh. Wait, okay, so opening the chart. Alright, that's the... I'm playing on a PS4 controller. It's the big button in the middle. So there's a station there. Blue Kingdom Transit Relay. Ooh, something ghastly. Oh, wait, can I go up there? No, that's blocked. I don't know why. I love the little train sound. That's so good. Ooh. little moon symbol on my train. Bancroft's Forum. What's this? I made it to New Winchester. You coast into the bustle, the din, the suit, and the steam of Wolvesey Station. It is clogged with other engines, scrappy mining locomotives from Lustrum Way, weathered explorers gleaming with frost, sleek company vessels with bright brass fittings. No sooner have you pulled into the siding than a brusque station master bustles over. He requests to come aboard. I must speak with your captain, he insists, brandishing a ledger. The usual formalities. Look to the Orphean's doctor. He has just appeared at your shoulder. His face is solemn, his hat in his hands. He lowers his eyes. The crew exchange bleak, wordless looks. The Orphean itself feels suddenly more empty. The station master looks confused. You inform him that unfortunately Captain Whitlock has just passed. Ah, he says neutrally. Sorry to hear that. Very sad, very sad. He waits for what he considers an appropriate minute and a half before continuing. Alas, even amidst tragedy, but the cogs of bureaucracy must turn. If Captain Whitlock is deceased, the station authority require their answers from the first officer. He dons a set of spectacles and locates his pen. It will be relatively painless. Name, background, purpose of visit, etc. Shall we begin? Now it's time for me to build my character. Let's see. Today, London lies between the stars. Her new empire unfolds across the heavens. But 10 years ago, before the Northern Gate was opened, before the renewed Empress led her people into the skies, it lay in a vast cavern far beneath the earth. Deep, dark, marvelous. Who were you then? Okay. Street urchin. High bells, skill of evading. No parents, no laws, no masters. But also no roof. No money, no dinner. Okay. A soldier. Poet. Academic. A sailor. You rode the mournful, merciless waters of the Untersee. Ministry auditor. Decency. What do y'all think? What should I be? What kind of captain do you want to see me play? Poet seems nice. The pen, the ink, the blank, monstrous page. High hearts, the skill of convincing and enduring. It's a bard. Oh, yeah, it seems like that was like a little prequel thing. We could be a poet. From what I read of the description, which I didn't read a whole lot, there's gonna be a few different times I get to choose, maybe. Let's see. Ooh. You were a poet. Poetry was popular in Old London. Some poets sought fame, others art, some simply enjoyed bohemian company. Three preeminent artistic movements have come to prominence. Which are your works most associated with? Let's see, the Celestials. In Old London, they wrote nostalgically of the surface and the sun. Now they write of the stars and the treasures of heaven. Nocturnals were a radical outlawed school that delights in freedoms found in the dark. The Sovereign School, new tradition born in the Empress's court. Their works are patriotic, bombastic, and occupied with the iconography, there we go, of time, clocks and seasons and sand and so forth. I'm thinking... I'm thinking Celestials. Choose an ambition. What does winning mean to you? Wealth, fame, or the truth? Well, if you want a Nocturnal sounds more like me, but I think Celestials is better. I was thinking about Nocturnals because I was like, what kind of like nightlife? I'm like, it sounds kind of gay, and I'm into that. But I really like space. Wealth. You want a comfortable retirement, and by comfortable you mean extravagant. Many have made their fortunes out among the stars, many more have failed, broken and lost in the drifting night. To win, gather up substantial retirement fund, acquire lodgings at a hub port, and retire. Gather stories of your exploits and write about them in New Winchester. Be warned, this is a demanding ambition, best played by a lineage that has already completed wealth or fame. Even the stars have secrets, but they won't keep them from you. A message from an old friend begins an unwise quest to learn a secret that the stars hide. What drives you? Curiosity, justice, insolence, whatever it is, it will be tested. Ooh. Okay, so I'm most interested in the truth. Yeah. Wealth sounds the most boring. Yeah, the truth seems to be hard mode. And I know I get rewards from, like, dang, I mean, I could just be silly goofy and do it anyway. I mean, the worst we'll have to do is make another character. Right? What do y'all think? What would you rather watch me try to do? I mean, long term, this could be our every other Saturday game. Eventually I'd like to be streaming, like, pretty often, but I wouldn't expect you to come to all of them because that's a lot. But, what could possibly go wrong? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because I want to know secrets. Let's be silly goofy. Ooh! The heck is that? Okay, this is gonna take a while, y'all. I don't know what that is. It looks like there's a cat on top. Oh, that's a pretty good hairstyle. I'm gonna do the weird cat hat. I don't know what that is, but I'm digging it. You got space glasses on? Ooh, I could have glasses. I have glasses in real life. Well, I want like a triangle. That's a pretty good triangle. Let me see. Which is really great for me because I'm non-binary and it's becoming more common, but there's not always a choice for me. I like that nose. Let's see what's up with the chin. Ooh. I'm gonna give you a kiss. Mwah. Ooh. Ooh. I kind of like that fancy mustache. That was... Yeah. Maybe? No? Hmm? We need to imagine little, like, swirlies at the end. Like the, little pirate, like, meow. Please. Hi! Welcome back. We are playing a space exploration. I believe they're called roguelikes. I don't know. I'm a captain. I'm going around a messed up clockwork old London space thing. Apparently London was stolen by bats. And now I'm creating a person. You know, them revealing that old London was in a cave makes the fact that it was stolen by bats make more sense. I think it was funnier when I was picturing like regular London, but also we now have a bat who is described as educated and is basically just like a dude. So apparently basically old London was picked up by bats and carried into a cave. Excuse me? Wait, so if I picture like real life London, and then a bunch of bats come and pick up the entirety of London and put it into a big cave, and it's just regular London in this cave. That's what it meant by stolen by bats. This is amazing. Hello? I'm in. There was a really pretty, like, yes. Also, to catch you up, Birdie, there's this hat that I'm wearing. I don't know what it is, but it looks like there's a cat on the front of it. let me see what Sister, Reverend, Madam, Sir, Citizen, Captain, My Lord, My Lady, Specialist, Doctor, Professor, Officer, Archivist, Principal, Administrator, Secretary, Attendant, Nurse, Comrade, Brother, Sister. Oh, okay, that's all of them. I like Archivist. It's kind of cool. Yalaland. That's a kind of cool name, too. Ooh, random name. Alright, let's go. Pshaw! Wait, that's kind of fun. Oop! I can't get back up. Are we stuck as Dr. Pshaw? Can I get back to Archivist? Wait, oh dang, it was right there. Sir, Administrator, Professor. Archivist Williams. Hi. It's Bendy. Bendy's here. What you want? Bendy always meows so insistently, but like I almost never know what she wants. It's like she's really intensely like trying to tell me something. Okay, I got back to Archivist. I liked Galilad. I think that's how it was. But this is our captain. Archivist Galilad. Okay. You were a poet, a celestial poet. We're being goofy silly going after the truth. Start. Three weeks have passed. This morning, Captain Whitlock received a simple memorial service. Her body was consigned to a necropolis train bound for the Serene Mausoleum. Now you sit, with a handful of her relatives, in the threadbare offices of her solicitors. A methodical notary is reading their will. The captain was wealthy once, but squandered her capital on mysterious expenses before her expedition to the Blue Kingdom. The captain's relatives, from whom she was mostly estranged, are clearly wondering why you were here. True to her word, in a final codicil, the notary announces, Captain Whitlock confirmed that possession of the Orpheum was to pass to its first officer. He peers at you with dry, gray eyes. This includes a certain black box contained in the Orpheum's hold. Captain Whitlock's final request was that, at a time of your choosing, you transport said box to an address in London. He hands you an address card, and deposit it there. You are not to look inside. She gave no explanation. Should I look inside? I definitely should, right? And that's it. You're captain now. Orphean is yours. Um, you can investigate the black box at New Winchester. You could take the box to London as requested, or you could sell it and be done. You have been bequeathed a large black box which once belonged to Captain Whitlock. You've gained 100 sovereigns, new total 142. The clamoring central station of New Winchester, a place of steam and smut and thundering iron. Here you can find people willing to pay for a skilled captain's service. Explore the city, recruit the incautious driver, ambition. So that noise is Bendy trying to jump into a paper bag. That's the one in my. Let's just look at this box. Captain Whitlock left it to you in the hold of the Orphean. Bendy, what are you doing? Okay. Big crinkles, yeah. Captain left it to you in the hold of the Orphean. Her will described it only as a black box, a description you considered to be an unhelpful understatement. It is a casket of black basalt, longer than you are tall, unadorned, with a single small recess that contains a keyhole. The thing must weigh most of a ton. It stands upright in a corner of the hold where the crew have pushed it out of the way. It's a mummy! Um, Consider what to do with it. Try to remember when she got it. Let's see. Sell it as a curiosity. Without saying what's inside, you won't get much for the box, but at least you'll get it off your hands. Consult with an academic. Wait, let's see. What's the requirements? Oh, can't do that. Oh, I could blow it up. Let's see. We should get this thing. Captain Whitlock had brought it on board just before your ill-fated expedition into the Blue Kingdom. It was empty then, you know, because you saw the lid and box carried on board separately, and assembled in the hold. It's not empty now, it is sealed and even heavier than before. But you left for the Blue Kingdom shortly after the box was delivered, and made no stops on the way. So whatever is inside the box now, Captain Whitlock found in the Blue Kingdom. It might actually be a mummy, from what I understand. Let's look at it. There are no carvings or inscriptions on it. The join where the lid meets the body is too thin to admit even a knife blade. Let's see, I like this whole Blue Kingdom quest line. May have been added in the time since I last played. This is all new to me. Ooh! Oh yeah, this is the Sovereign Edition. Epic Games said. There are no holes by which light or air might find their way in. It is impossible to see inside without opening it. Even the keyhole has been engineered in such a way as to prevent peeking. The recess with a keyhole, though, as far as you can determine, that is a more recent addition to the box. The stone has been drilled and chiseled away to create space for a modern metal lock. Interesting. I want in this box. The last request of Captain Amelia Whitlock was for the box to be transported to a specific address in London. Alternatively, you could perhaps find someone willing to purchase it as a curiosity. Okay. We can't do anything with it now. But in my mind, it's a goal of mine to open this box and see the mummy in it. What does this guy want? Excuse me, Captain. A woman pushes through the crowds towards you. She is short and shouldered in a neat black suit and polished shoes. She shows you the case of her pocket watch. It is embossed with the crown and hourglass of London's horological office. Huh. The body responsible for ensuring time is consistent across the empire. I'm hoping to book a passage to Port Prosper, she says, slipping the watch away. I can, of course, pay. Sure. Thank you. The locomotive I was on broke down following a boiler rupture. The chief engineer's fault, I suspect. A gentleman fonder of brandy than of vigilance. Here, an initial sum to seal our bargain. Prosper lies to the south-southeast of New Winchester. Um, Not that there is such a thing as north, south, east, or indeed west out here. Instead, London cartographers picked four of the brighter, more reliable stars visible from the Empress's new palace and named them north, east, south, and west. Londoners value familiarity. Let's see. Cool. That's really cute. I like that. Do I know somebody? Following your return to New Winchester, you are eager to meet up with an old friend. She is an earnest rival. You were each other's fiercest critics and staunchest supporter. Your artistic rivalry was tempestuous, but essentially good natured. You frequented the salons and honey dens of London, where you laughed and lamented and quarreled and forgave. Arriving in the heavens, she became one of the reformers of the Celestial School, transforming its saccharine nostalgia for sunlit meadows and clouds into intricate paeans to the blazing stars, the wild winds, and the natural order of the sky. You were not surprised when she bought her own locomotive. She's a skyfarer now, captain of the Azazel. She associates with a group of seasoned captains who gather at the Promise of Days, here in New Winchester. Perhaps you can find her there. Oh, do I have to... Oh. The smoggy, clinking, singing, stamping, thronging, frantic heart of the Reach. An ever-expanding port of soot-smudged glass and bright steel, spilling across the drifting, mist-wrapped archipelago. Its factories thunder, its engine sheds ring with hammers and hiss with steam. Locomotives chug into sidings for repair or flare across the sky and away into the high wilderness. Let's see, I could learn about trading, visit the Promise of Days, a war. How goes the war? The slow-burning war for the Reach forms the backdrop to daily life in New Winchester. Citizens wishing to keep up with developments in the war turn to the New Gazette. It is, famously, the only newspaper worth reading in New Winchester, as well as the only paper that hasn't bankrupted itself. Its quality speaks for itself. Here you can read about the progress of the war, check your reputation with the factions, and who currently controls the Reach. Why is that one in red? The Assembly runs New Winchester from Victory Hall and seeks to strengthen its hand in the Reach. London's proxy, the Windward Company, however, maintain a considerable presence in the Reach. Although New Winchester is still neutral ground, tensions are mounting within and without the port. Okay. Old pistons gleam on the walls. The shelves are crowded with mementos from across the sky. The clientele raise their voices to be heard above the comforting clamor of the adjacent engine yards. Um, Introduce yourself to seasoned captains. Four are gathered here at their usual table: the masked citizen, a libertine, polymath, and pioneer of the neo-nocturnal artistic school; the bedeviled didact, a scholar haunted by his discoveries; the plucky baroness, explorer, collector, philatelist; and spatchcocker Meg, who hunts monsters. There's some challenging words in this game. Of course, everything out here is jolly dangerous, says the Baroness. Few risk the skies, so news of distant ports is valuable. Collect port reports from the places you visit and deliver them to Victory Hall or Company House. The more you turn in at once, the more they'll pay. Look for other opportunities along on the way, advises the masked citizen. Passengers who want transport, rich men in need of bloody work, etc. Oh, my friend. Ah, she speaks of you often, the plucky Baroness says. I'm afraid you've missed her. We've all been missing her recently. Busy girl. But she's doing important work in London. The bedeviled diadact frowns darkly and fingers one of his amulets. We've been assisting in our own small ways, but, well, she'll want to explain herself. She left a letter for you. Meg pulls a crumpled envelope from the pocket of her patched coat. I'd open it somewhere private, or someone, she glares at the masked citizen, will try to read over your shoulder. The masked citizen nods unapologetically. It's true. I'm a disgrace. um. Ah, the Diadoc says, fiddling with his innumerable talismans. An essential topic. Meg slides you a stool, and the captains shuffle around and make room. The masked citizen buys you a drink. Oh, there we go. Of their own invention. It is violet and foggy. The plucky baroness gives you a brisk, encouraging grin. Ask away. Um. Ask them if they know of a good prospect available. In point of fact, I do, says the masked citizen, tapping an elegant finger on their elegant glass. The host at Magdalen's needs an urgent delivery. Bendy being an icon. Delivery of seeds, paying a pretty penny, too. If I were you, I'd get to the bazaar straight away. Put my mark against it. Meg grunts. Broker in Port Avon is selling cheap seeds. Chirpy chap. God knows why. His face looks like it's been pushed through a mangle. An opportunity. Port Avon lies to the east of New Winchester, and Magdalen's lies to the southeast of New Winchester. Accept this prospect from the bazaar. Buy seeds from the bazaar in Port Avon and sell them at Magdalen's. Alright. See ya. They bid you in assorted variations of goodbye as you leave the smoke and hubbub of the promise. Privately, you examine the letter. The earnest rival's handwriting, never neat, is clearly hurried. There are several unfinished trains of thought, angrily struck through. She writes coyly of having embarked on a journey of the most fundamental discovery, and of having uncovered celestial secrets. She says she wants to discuss her progress with you, but does not say where or when. The envelope also contains a collection of unfinished crosswords, cut from the newspapers. She always hated crosswords, and the phrasing of the letter is stilted, as if she had to use certain words in certain places. There is a concealed message here, you are certain, and the crosswords are key to it. I need 2 savage secrets. Okay. So I've got this letter, I've got this box. Let's see. Oh. Oh, yeah. Bizarre. The Magdalens provides comfort and sympathy to the weary skyfarer. Its host will tell you any lie you need to hear. Some of those lies require flowers. The amenable host wants up to 3 sacks of verdant seeds and will pay 80 sovereigns for each. Magdalen lies to the southeast of New Winchester. Okay. Flowers for Titiana. Titania. Titania? I'm going to say Titania. A florid landscapist is planning a modest floral garden in Titania to commemorate the birthday of whatever dead artist, composer, or poet is currently in vogue. She requires verdant seeds and lots of them. 5 sacks to be exact. Titania lies to the southwest of New Winchester. I mean, if I'm already going. Alright. Let's see. Southeast of New Winchester. East of New Winchester. Okay. Ooh, I've got a little bar on the right. I guess that's level up. Wait, southeast. I was kind of afraid I was gonna run into that. A distant clamor of engine yards and accretion of smog on the windows. What's up here? Oh, why is it getting scary over here? Oh! Oh, who's this? Are you Tackety Scout? USC Ramona Sunshine? Oh, they're okay, right? Where am I going? Well, this doesn't seem like scary and evil at all. This is okay, right? Ooh. Oh. Barcelon's Folly. Are these like places I can go? Ooh. Hello. Are we cool? The sky here is cold and watchful. Ah! Colonists have made a home here among the... Ooh. Yeah. Oh. The crew of the Marauder lie dead in the corridor, killed not by your guns, but the knives and small arms fire. The only survivor is the captain, locked in the brig with a bottle of brandy. Chalk eyes stare back from every wall. When he ran out of chalk, he began scraping them in with his fingernails. Seen this before, Captain, says a crew member, grasping your arm. Sky madness. Magdalens can treat it if you can be bothered to take the poor sod. Sure, let's take the guy. Um... The crew wrap the sky-maddened captain in blankets, then secure them tightly with belts. It takes 4 to transport him safely to your locomotive. He might not be happy restrained, but it should keep him from harm until you get him to Magdalen's. Magdalen's lies to the southeast of New Winchester. The captain secured, you have a moment to see whether there's anything of worth on the locomotive before abandoning it to the wilderness. I'm okay, I'm gonna take this stuff. Something precious has been concealed. A twinkle of gold upon a bed of velvet, a piece of worn jewelry. A name is inscribed on it, too faded now to read. Oh, cool. A homestead. Yeah. Settlers who live so far beyond the edge of civilization relish the hardships of solitude. They will fiercely defend their small territories, but occasionally welcome company and trade. A small group is dancing in the yard before the homestead. There is little rhythm to the dance. It is exuberant limb-flinging of the truly happy and substantially drunk. Let's see. Join the celebration. The dancing is focused around a young pair, wrapped in each other's arms. To one side is a table, replete with rich harvest, several swollen gourds, what might be a large purple melon, and some definitely not grapes. Let's get in on this party! A child tries to pull you into the revels. Her father smiles and apologizes for her forwardness, but reiterates her invitation. Guests are helping themselves to the food, others are dancing. Let's talk to the lady in charge. Never would have thought my daughter would have settled for this one. She gestures with her chin at the groom. God knows how he makes her this happy. If I was her, I'd give him a clip around the ear and send him packing. But the youth of today have very low standards. You now have one vision of the heavens. Cool. Oh no. Watch me starve to death as my first action in this game. A stopped clock. The fastidious inspector approaches you in the galley. Captain, good day. I notice your ship's clock has stopped. Perhaps you permit me to repair it? She has a little case of tools and a hopeful expression. Yeah. She gives a grateful flicker of a smile and sets to work. Soon she has the back off the clock and has spread tiny clocks across the galley table. Obscure horological tools gleam brassily among them. Everything has a place. I appreciate the opportunity to keep myself busy. Staring too long at the stars is harmful to the temperament. The fastidious inspector has a round face, brown eyes, and short dark hair. She gives the impression of being perpetually busy. Let's see. Discuss the reach. Compliment her skills. Bid her good evening. Let's learn more about her. She sniffs. It is of fundamental importance that 10 o'clock on the 2nd of June in one corner of the empire occurs at the same time as 10 o'clock on the 2nd of June in the opposite corner. How is an empire to function if it can't agree on what day it is? Unfortunately, the process is complicated by the fact that time is less reliable than it was. The hours trade has seen to that. Hello? You've heard the Empress awards her favorites with gifts of years to extend their lives, and that you can become rich mining for hours to satisfy London's hunger for them. A man-made sun. Another sun blazed there once before her renewed majesty conquered it. Let's learn about the hours trade. Oh, hours have more uses than that. We use them to increase the efficiency of work worlds, to speed journeys to distant regions, to resolve the overcrowding in prisons. It does make my life more difficult when time knots and stretches like wool on the loom. More difficult, but more vital. Her Majesty seized a great trove of them when she assumed the throne of ours, and now even more have been found in the reach. Miners dig them from the ground. She looks momentarily wistful. I hope some day to retire with a modest pension of years myself, to prolong the better part of my retirement. Uh... The wide, wild frontier, a sunless domain but impossibly verdant, with gargantuan vines, cathedral-sized bronze woods, and livid fungal archipelagos. Let's see. It has an uncouth splendor, but I miss Albion and the steady light of the clockwork sun. These sunless reaches are so misty and quiet. She pauses, but critical. The territories here are rich with raw hours, and enough vegetation grows on them to feed the whole of London, even if some of it is a dubious shape. What happened to the Reach's son? And London has a man-made son. How did Her Majesty defeat the old one? Defeat is an interesting word to use there. We warred and we won. It's not my area of expertise, I'm afraid. The sons made the law, they say. Now Her Majesty makes it. As for the Reach's son, she looks through the window at the lightless, stirring mist. I don't know. Do sons grow old? Do they die of natural causes? I think that would probably be better than the alternative, wouldn't it? London sits in her coat of smog. Courtiers squabble at the foot of the throne of ours, hoping to receive endowment of years. Meanwhile, hard-working civil servants labor to ensure everything runs as it should. Was there a touch of archness there? All as normal. I miss her, though. There is no city like London in all the skies, and Albion is very different from the Reach, much more civilized. Um, there are those who feel that London is a long way away, and that they do a better job of governing themselves. The frontier attracts independent spirits. We call them tackities, for the hobnail boots that are so practical out here. London, unsurprisingly, disagrees. The Windward Company earnestly represents Her Majesty's interests in the region, sometimes very earnestly indeed. The Tackities call London's loyalists stovepipes, for our hats, I suppose. She avoids looking at you. And you, Captain, where do your sympathies lie? You remember your heritage and the queen who led you to the skies. These are new lands. Why should old rules or old masters hold sway? Perhaps you'd rather be left alone. Perhaps you are undecided. Perhaps you see the conflict as an opportunity. What do y'all think? I don't. This lady who hands out hours and defeats sounds crazy. Though I always love little upstart rebels. Um, right now I don't really know how I feel about either of them, honestly. Anybody else have any opinions? It seems like the people we just met were Tackities. Mm, I guess as a poet, a celestial poet, I could just be undecided. What a remarkable indulgence, she remarks with a raised eyebrow. Thank you, she says. A small embarrassed silence. It's possible the inspector is pleased. It's rather hard to tell. Alright. And to you, Captain, I think I should make a cup of tea. Let's see, I need to find a town. The clamor of New Winchester can be heard on the wind, familiar as a disagreeable uncle. Wait, is that in the background? Yeah, that's in the background. Okay. What is this? Nothing. Oh jeez, who's this guy? Tackety Scout. Can I go here? No. Okay. Wait. Oh. Alright. Oh, right. How do I... Oh, facets. What did the Winds of Fate hold in store? You You were a gossip of London's salons and the target of blistering editorials in the Gazette. Mad, they said. Bad, they said. Dangerous to know. Let's see, a spell in prison. Scarred. An interlude in red and gold. You lost your mind once. They put you in a splendid hotel managed by a cheery gentleman who would determine when you could leave. 15 minutes of fame. +1 affiliation Bohemia, or +1 moment of inspiration. You flourish like a rose in the sun. Some say it went to your head, that it changed you. Of course it did. Isn't that the point? You blossomed in fame, and when it went away, you withered. Fame was never the goal. Celebrity only interfered with your work. You became a recluse, spurning the invitations and ignoring the doorbell. Let's see. As you go. Oh, like everything looks red and gold? I feel like this one makes the most sense. Wait, what is that? Oh yeah, I had that rivalry with that lady. Let's do this one. Ooh. Okay, that's fun. I like that. Sometimes I'm confused about, like, how do I tell when I can actually go somewhere, and when is it just like, I've noticed it was there. Let's buy some more supplies before my people freak out. I don't have a lot of money. Okay, I can do ship upgrades. Or I could buy a whole new ship. there's a lot of crazy stuff in here. Okay. Yeah. I guess let's try again to get somewhere. Ooh. Yeah, this is a extremely big, okay. So I'm gonna say I am looking for Port Prosper. So it's south-southeast, which I'm assuming goes by the directional of my screen. Oop. Space Bridge. Bam. The edge of the wilderness surveilled by the vigilant watchtowers of New Winchester. Okay. Havenwood. I've got a little skull bar on the left there. I'm assuming that's the danger rating of the area I'm in? Or a wanted level. Oh, there's a ship. The Fallows. Enduring Dreadnought. Well, it didn't seem like they wanted to fight. Which is fine by me. Can we stop at Magdalen's captain? A stoker pleads. We've been too long in the sky. The impertinence. Oh, the riddle. There's fish. A bridge window fogs with recent steam trails. This place is well frequented. What's up with this little guy? Ooh. Eek! Oh, dang. Yo! Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. The Canton Curry are lumbering, half-fossilized isopods that will attack anything they disapprove of. Given that they are very ancient and murderously grumpy, that means almost everything. The defeated Cantankerous, oh, like cantankerous, have been blasted to smithereens. Only a cloud, of stony chunks remains. Disperse the rubble. The fragments could be a menace to passing engines, cleared out of the way as a service to other skyfarers. Perhaps you'll find something of scientific interest. Look for an uncanny specimen. Alright, let's try a partial success. None of the remaining pieces are whole enough to be of interest, either academic or ghoulish. However, you do find a few fragments of carapace, veined with what looks like gold. Cool. I have no interest in this thing going on behind me. Let's see what I found here. Magdalene's. Magdalene's is the closest thing many skyfarers have to a home. It offers services to alleviate the strain of life spent too close to the stars. Wonders, treat your nightmares. The glass spires of Magdalene's pierce the clouds like swords. Shattered figures can be seen moving through the gleaming corridors, their identities obscured by the hued glass. Crowds of skyfarers, ministry officials, and merchants mill about the forecourt, in varying degrees of distress. All watch the clock set in the great clock tower, waiting for their appointed hour. Let's deliver the captain. The nurses bring a stretcher to carry the sky-maddened captain from your train. He'll receive the care of Magdalene's finest. At least, Magdalene's finest with a sense of charity, given that he has nothing on him to pay for their ministrations. He's no longer... We've got a vision of the heavens. Your terror has fallen. You now have 100 experience. Okay. Oh. I've been requested by name. So let's see what this guy wants. His attendant escorts you through the dazzling violet corridors. The host's red door is always open. The attendant leaves you just as the clock begins to chime. The admirable host reclines on a couch of crushed velvet, a goblet of sparkling wine in his long fingers. Somewhere in the tower above him, the great clock ticks away. As policy, the host's atrium is always open to guests. He is available to hear opinions, friendly criticism, and suggestions. Today, he has a headache. What do you want, man? His voice is soft and sibilant, like butter melting in candlelight. A guest has become rather too attached to a particular attendant. He always requests that same attendant appear in the exact same guise. The amenable host's lip curls in distaste. He reiterates the aim of Magdalene's, a place of healing and respite. It was not meant to feed obsession or self-indulgent self-loathing. This guest brings sickness. I would have him purged. I have a dossier on our guest if you're interested in helping. Ugh. The amenable host reclines on a... Oh, yeah. Yep, he does. He sure does. Okay. The amenable host smiles indulgently. I'm so glad you want to help. He produces a thin sliver of pages and passes them to you. I'd recommend taking on the role of one of our attendants. That way, you'd be playing the role of someone significant to him. The amenable host sighs, reaching for his goblet. He knows all of our attendants by voice now. Someone new is needed. how do we... How do you plan to deal with him? A treatment chamber has been emptied for you, should you wish to adopt a guise from his past. Alternatively, he is standing right there. He does not seem to have noticed you, his eyes instead boring through the doors of the treatment rooms. She drove them apart once. An attendant will help you with the wig and makeup, another with the voice. This is weird. I don't know about this. I'm just gonna... Yeah. The Lachrymos's guest's eyes widen as you approach. Has there been a problem? You invite him to sit. Stiff brandies are ordered. You recount your own share of heartbreaks and tragedies, how you found yourself here, and you make clear that despite all that, you will be leaving. He nods slowly. After a quick shake of your hand, walks away towards the station. He does not look back. Oh, well, that was... Write a report. Magdalen's is abuzz with activity. Barely has the clock chimed, then a clamor goes up at the front desk. Guests rushing to and from appointments. Lord Blank was seen in conversation with the amenable host. The East Wing was closed for general access all day. A certain distinguished admiral was seen with his second-in-command entering one of the chambers of regret. Several guests have summed to an excess of sentimentality and were forcibly removed. Okay. Can we turn in the quest? Yes. The amenable host smiles beautifully. Of course, my staff will be pleased. It is at a risk of our trade when our clients can no longer separate identity and illusion, but seldom pleasant. He sighs deeply, echoing around the chamber like a newly freed dove. It is a trap any of us could fall into. His face darkens briefly. Here, take this. He fishes around beneath his couch for one of his goblets. It'll fetch a pretty price. Take it with my thanks, and do visit us again. Alright, if we could find this other port, we could get the flowers. I think that's in the background. Yes. Excellent. A low chunching, the throaty grumble of sleeping cantankerous. Okay. What's this? wondering if at some point, me exploring, I'm just gonna get wrecked randomly by like a space horror. Oof. Before you stretches a starless waste, hounded by the wind. Ooh! The graveyard of stars. A waste stretches before you. The star that reigned over it died cold aeons ago. Now its domain is empty of life, drowned in darkness, harried by a howling wind. Your crew beg you to turn back. All that waits ahead is the slow shedding of all that you were. Then, a frozen death. You issue the order, your engine admits its skirts of steam, lumbers around until the waist are to the aft. The crew worked briskly, and soon you are thundering back into less terrible spaces. In a moment of relief, someone blows the engine's whistle. Bruh. Hey, get some supplies. The Isambard line was once meant to pass this way. An incomplete accelerator rail rests here. Cool. It seems like there's some kind of strange religious bit to the star graveyard. I guess it's not that strange, because like you give a bunch of people a star graveyard, someone's gonna worship something in there. But like the amount of empty space that is in the universe is crazy. Like I read yesterday that a space dragon would be so cool. But I read yesterday that the Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies are supposed to merge into one galaxy eventually. And what is this? Found a rock. And they said that most likely when that happens, nothing's gonna collide. Ooh. Oh, I can't do nothing with that. Cool rock. Maybe there's years in there? Let's see if I can make it back around to Magdalene's to try to get food for my crew. So they don't start like eating each other. Hey, you got any food? Shout out to Beatrice. Let's try going down. Skyfarers, exposed to the haunting light of the stars, are prone to sudden obsessions and erratic behavior. A crewman is staring fixedly from a stained glass window. Look, he points out at the apparently ordinary sky. Webs strung between the stars. And watch, watch. There, did you see the stars shiver? Like dew on the cobweb when the spider stirs? You saw no such thing. Partial success. You administer a stern word and a reminder of their duties. They return to work, but their obsession continues to prey on them. Your locomotive efficiency suffers as a result. Shoot. Toss him overboard. Oh no! Did I just discover Magdalene's when I've been there like this whole time? Alright. Let's go back down here and see the star spider webs. Got him. Fail. Your effort yield only modest results before a violent shudder racks the beast. Two plates of carapace grind together. A crewman's hand was between them. His scream is thin in the hollows of the sky. Dang. Well, if I knew that could also lose me a crew member, I probably would have sent him out to do the... Partial success. None of the remaining pieces are whole enough. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, whatever. Ooh, what's that? Wait, what is the... Horror. Okay, let's go see the scary thing. Something scary over here? You found a horror, one of the more disturbing landmarks in the high wilderness. Don't linger, your trail will increase. Miners dug too deep into this wordlet, disturbing a disgruntlement of Kankatari. cankery. Is that it? Oh. What's up here? Ew. Interact. The War of Fossils. When settlers arrived in the Reach, miners flocked to this frozen rock, lured by the promise of hours stored in its core. An eruption of Katankarary has left it in its current mangled state. A makeshift graveyard stands at the lip of the rocks, a memorial and a warning. Pay respects, like the lanterns. Meh. Leave. Bye. Oh, maybe the skull is my horror level. Ooh, I wonder if it's like a sanity meter and things get crazy if it goes too low. Alright, I don't have to do it. Scribe spinsters. Alright. Gray witnesses. Okay, we're leaving the cold part of the map. We're back into the stinky part. Ooh, it's dark. Hello? Oh, what's this down here? A rumble of far-off refineries, dissonant searchlights wreck the sky. Okay. Oops. Partial success. Alright. Cool. Port Prosper! We found it! Heck yeah. Crammed at the feet of a hulking crag, Port Prosper is a little London, divided into an affluent West End and an impecunious East. Queen's Cross is a busy station, crowded with engines that have arrived through the nearby transit relay from Albion. She disembarks with her bag in hand and peers up at a clock tower that is being raised above the station. It is tangled with scaffolding and rings with the sound of hammers and the cries of workmen. The inspector will depart. Be sure you've held any conversation with her that you wish to. You will receive fuel and supplies in addition to a sum of money. Ensure you have 6 spaces in your hold before accepting. I don't think I do. What's in my hold? Oops. Ooh, let's do a facet. Oh. Scandal, Scarred, Smoggy Streets is new. Bleaking the filthiest, flinty as the cobbles. You lost your mind once. Love. That's rough, buddy. What are my stats? I've got 30 heart, 10 burglar mask, 13 iron, and 17 eyeball. Because I forgot what those were. Let's see, oh, I can see it right there. Oh, mirrors and veils. Got it. Well, this one just seems like better than the other. Ooh, no, get back in there. Oh, right, inventory. And I have some people. Wait. I mean, out of everything, I feel like I'll... Oh, I didn't even have this equipped. Oh, there we go. Did it. Thank you, Captain. Here's the balance of our agreement, and, as promised, a requisition order for fuel and supplies. She cast another glance at the incomplete clock tower. Given the apparent state of construction, I'd recommend you visit the work site. There may be an opportunity there. And thank you for the pleasant conversation, Captain. The sky can be a lonely place. You enlivened it. I have included a small additional sum in your remuneration as a token of my gratitude. She could stay and we could be in love. That's a possibility. But, let's see. What do they want? Bronzewood, the foreman wheezes bluntly. One consignment. They sell it at Trader's Wood and Palmier and Plenty's, I hear. And a gourd of chorister nectar, too. This bunch of work-shy ingrates need constant shouting at, and my voice has given up the ghost. Some nectar should get me bellowing again like a champion. Carillin's your best bet there, or Titania, the flower town. We'll pay, like, if you can purchase the necessary goods. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Barrel of unsealed hours. Star. An ambitious local family plan to expand their townhome. Okay. Like Prince Albert? Okay. Let's see, something else. I need to find. What? Wait. These recruits can go in your officer slots. Oh. Um. Perched atop a mountain of luggage. I believe they give buffs to certain stats, and you also have social links with them. Okay. Perched atop a mountain of luggage is a radiant young woman. She's an officer dressed in what an actor would wear in a fantastical romance. A tiara rests on her brow. A steady stream of commoners comes to pay homage, bowing and curtsying enthusiastically. Starlings circle in dense swarms above her. Refugees from Old London are a common sight, although not in such numbers. She ignores everything and hands you papers so pristine that they can only be forged. Hmm. Yeah, but how much? Iron by 6, hearts by 2. Um. An officer or a mascot. Okay. Um. Let me try and find the, like, while I have all this junk. When not on duty, okay. So we found Magdalene's, we found Port Prosper. Now we need to find the Titania. I didn't mean to do that. Oops. Oh, wait. My ship's broke. Oops. I don't think... Okay, maybe I can't get fixed up here. Let's see. The east of New Winchester. So that's all the way up here. No, wait, where's the flower town? No, I guess that is the flower town. Excuse me. If I go straight up, that might... So we just have to plan to not be hit, right? Ooh, now I have 2 guns. So they certainly give you a lot of opportunities to just be like a gross pirate. Because there's all kinds of people just like floating around. Yeah, not a lot of games give you opportunities, like really good opportunities to just like be a bad guy. I'm not super inclined to take those opportunities, but I appreciate that they exist. Yeah, have you been using your bat? Oh, yeah, I've sent that guy out. Pew. So what do you find? Ooh, there's something over there. I guess it's a matter of getting there. Ooh, there's something over there too. Definitely have not been using my bat. Thanks for the reminder. I see that it uses supplies. You found and benefited from a wonder, one of the most pleasant and least menacing landmarks of the high wilderness. Wonders immediately lower terror when you draw near them, so long as you haven't visited too recently. Sometimes it's worth taking a detour to include them in your routes. Memorial to the Unknown Rat. I want to know everything about this. Oh my god. That's amazing. Oh my god, there's so much. That was a good... There's so much. A lush verdance encloses you, green as emeralds. Nothing to report, except the sky is vast and the winds bite. Alright, little guy. Oh, can I get to this question mark? That doesn't look evil at all. Probably have to go down and around to get there. I'm trying to get up to find the flower town. Hi. Ooh, something in the far, far foreground. Remember how I was like, I'm not gonna get hit anymore because I'll die. And also, what, wind? Ooh. Wait, who's this? Is this someone I can visit? No. What we got here? Oh wait, what's that? Shout out to that jack-o'-lantern at the bottom. Let's see, let's go... Golden lights dance in the distance, bright and brief as dandelion seeds, passing through a sunbeam. Ooh! Nature reserve. Ooh. Hello? Oh, whoops. There's just like a bird down there. Okay. LNS loading bay. This concrete bay is for loading and unloading locomotives. Let's get a port report. The Leadbeater and Stanrod Nature Reserve is a national park, maintained at great expense by the company. Scores of researchers come here to study the nature of the reach. Many visitors come here too for a pleasant holiday. The concrete bay is for loading and unloading locomotives. It disappoints tourists who expect to arrive at a scenic waterside. It mainly caters for the workers of the Leadbeaters and Stanrod Company, who come to collect goods from the laboratories here. Cable cars link to the main reserve below and the scientific base at Capabilities Inquest. For a few, it's the work provided by Leadbeater and Stanrod. For the rest, the reason is the same. They're drawn by the beauty of the reserve. Some are here with tourists from across the Empire. Others are here to give their crews a respite. Others were simply passing by and couldn't resist stopping in. I'm in that category. Let's see if they can... Ooh. Dang, how many I need? 2? A clump of cabins used by Leadbeater and Stanrod's researchers as they plumb and catalog the secrets of the reserve. Enterprising captains may find work for the company here. The researchers of the reserve have a number of laboratories scattered among the tourist cabins. From here, they study the mysteries of the Reach. Request to all park-goers. We want to study the powerful forces of nature at work in the Reach, so that we may improve the life of all citizens of the Empire. If you are an intrepid sort and willing to aid our earnest efforts, we are offering a reward for the following. I see you're interested. The phlegmatic researcher has wheeled up behind you. His left leg is raised, perhaps to reduce the very obvious swelling. The key to understanding the remarkable principles of growth and cultivation are waiting here. We just need suitable specimens. If you aid our research, I'll ensure you're properly remunerated. The researchers of the reserve have a number of laboratories scattered among the ruins. Let's see, yeah, we already read that. What kind of mysteries are you delving into? Currently, I'm making a study of the orderliness of the Reach. It may be untamed, but a firm logic has guided its growth. I wish to better understand this principle. Let's see. He needs one of the following requests. Of course, he's happy to reward if you bring back more. Let's see. Experiment sanctioned by the company. The wings of a chorister bee. Ants. Hibiscus. Okay. They also do not have a place for me to fix up my ship. Let me see. Three sacks of verdant seeds. Sell them in the bazaar at Magdalene's. Wasn't there someone else? Oh, wait. I need to be looking at. Oh, whoops. Whoops. My inventory. Okay, if I can get one more, I can complete one of them. Okay, let's go back to Magdalene's. Oh. An argument breaks out between two crewmen. One owes the other money but cannot repay it. Unfortunately, the debt was sworn on the name of the Burrower below, a roving god of the deep skies and a keeper of compacts. The Burrower has a low opinion of oath breakers. Your crew mutter darkly. They fear this will bring them bad luck. Um... I... Dang, if I only had like 5 more. Okay, so I want to take on and pay it, but they're not gonna let me. And I think this might be a real danger. So I'm gonna banish this guy. Hopefully that doesn't mean... Oh, for now you order him confined to quarters, as much for his own safety as for punishment. You'll leave him at the next station. His remaining friends are sullen, but most of the crew are glad to be rid of him. Okay, I'm glad I didn't, like, throw him out of the ship. Because that would have sucked. Ooh, Williams Swede. Weld. Williams Weld. I'm planning on taking him to New Winchester, so at least he'll be at like a major port. He can get on a different crew. Now I am at the minimum requirement for running my engine, so I probably need to hire some more people. The sky closes its cold jaws about you, water freezes in the pipes. Engineers scurry to and fro with boiling kettles. Are you gonna let me take a right at any point? You are not where you thought you were. The sky is wrong. This is not where you were meant to be. Was it a trick of the mist? Has the wind carried you astray? Have the heavens themselves turned on their axis? Um... I'm intrigued. Failure! The mist is soft at the windows. The stars have gone awry. You crawl onward. There is an outbreak of violent star madness among the crew. In time, you find your way back to a stretch of sky you can locate on your chart. Your journey continues. Let's see, you've gained 10 terror, you've lost 2 crew. Okay, yikes. Things will begin to go wrong. Ooh. I mean, I'm trying to make it to New Winchester. Excellent. There we go. Wait, that's wrong. What is this? Oh. This is where I turn in, where I can turn in port reports. Raised in the wake of the blockade of New Winchester, this magnificence of glass and steel houses the Colonial Assembly. Here, representatives of the independent ports of the Reach gather and quarrel. There's actually two places you can turn in reports. Which one you use affects faction reputation and the political state of London. Yeah, I'm thinking about the Taggities. Her skin is brown and her hair is beginning to gray. She wears a heavy unbuttoned coat, metals gleam in the shadows behind its lapels. One half of her face is scarred from frostbite. She is enjoying a quiet cigarillo while her peers argue in the Chamber of Assembly. You talk for a while about life in the skies. When her cigarillo is just a stub, she says, I'll be grateful to hear reports of your travels, Archivist. I suspect all manner of strife and imprudence is going to kick off in the foreseeable. I mean to be ready for it. She listens with a scowl. Well, I'd rather know than not, I suppose. And thank you for bringing this to me, rather than the stovepipes. I'll arrange a gratuity. Is it censoring bloody? Packages. Desperate. Ooh, 200 sovereigns. Nice. She leans close before she speaks, her voice low, laden with tobacco. She shares what she knows of several motions that have not yet reached the assembly floor. Some would make changes to laws that is helpful to know about in advance. Cool. Alright, bye. Oof, there we go. I need to fix my dang ship. A fortunate navigator is thoroughly examining your engine's pipework. Crucial bit this, look at how it's been maintained. Beautiful. Your stoker beams. That was me. Mid-flight patch, too. Iron by 6, bells by 2, and a affiliation establishment by 1. You won't regret this, Captain. The navigator pumps your hand. He is an Imperial, a people descended from ancient Mongolians and led by the Eagle Khan, whose technology opened the door to the skies. A passing skyfarer tosses the navigator's hair. For luck, the woman says with a grin. Navigator rolls his eyes. She's from my last crew. They thought I brought them luck. I didn't, but I'm still a good hire. Okay. Cool. Okay, and I've got full crew. Mm. My hull is a higher quality. Alright, I'm gonna go to... what's it now? Magdalene's. I'm hearing like crinklies in my earphones. Old stones and forgotten ruins lie tumbled across the sky. Must have found something. Alright. Oh, we're right next to whatever it found. Yeah. So let's check it out. Isn't this game beautiful? Ooh. What did I just find? Crate of nostalgic crockery. Nice. Ooh. Hello? Well, I sure won that. The crew of this weathered engine had been driven mad by the winds and the stars and the things that haunt the sky. Distressingly odored barrel. The lid is gingerly removed. All breathe a sigh of relief when Coke is revealed. Black and precious. The captain's truest friend. Coke? Okay. Hello. Okay, it should be right here. Bizarre. You gained 100. So now I've got 345 and 150 experience. Cool. Let's go see what that question mark is. Oh wait. Is it like a couple supplies? See, if we go around this corner and all the way down, we should get to that question mark. I probably shouldn't be honking the horn, but like, I wanna. It's gonna be something terrible down here. What is this? Something grave. Investigate. This signal box has been blasted by weapon fire. Despite the holes, the shattered tiles, the fractured beams, it still has enough structural integrity for you to climb inside without risk. It was made with care and pride. Inside, beneath a desk covered with rusted levers, is a luggage trunk. Captains in dire need can borrow from the cash inside, but custom dictates they must later replenish it. Let's read the ledger. The handwriting is poor but legible. Captain Chan deposited fuel. The pen leaked as they wrote. There is a column for miscellaneous notes. The captain describes the dapple of distant starlight falling over their engine, the long hours spent in the watchful dark, suddenly shattered by a dazzle of cold radiance. When will they know such splendor again? I mean, I'm fine. Let's see. I want to explore like this area a little bit. This is kind of relaxing. Let me see, let's just go like straight north. So, suns are stars, and the queen defeated the sun, which drives people mad. So I wonder if the man-made suns don't have that effect. It's gotta be why she did that. I am also getting space madness from being just like out and about in this starless place too. Whoa! Excuse me. This guy sucks. Don't ram me. Okay, I might die here. Let's see if I can run away. I don't have a boost. Discontent. Junior signaler receives a dose of medicinal port in the infirmary. After seeing a frozen corpse spin past the window, the experience has shaken him. The dead are hungry, he says. We need to make an offering or it'll just come back, knocking at the hole. Um... I... Yeah. This is the right thing to do. It is a good deed, perhaps, to carry a lost soul home, but it is not a happy one. The crew are grimly heartened, but your dreams are troubled. The corpse wore a captain's jacket, their faces a mask of frozen horror. Bump in the night. Um, Midnight, London time. You are alone on the bridge. While consulting your chart, a large thump makes you look up. A frozen corpse is pressed against your forward windows, trapped there by your speed. The winds must have plucked it from some lost wreck and carried it into your path. The corpse glare is insistent. Its mustache is bristled with frost. Another one? Alright. Hello? What does that mean? You watch from the comparative warmth of the bridge while a bleary engineer wrestles clumsily with the corpse. He is successful in prying it free, although it slides from his grip and spins into the fog. It leaves behind a few patches of skin frozen to the glass. You are not alone. Hello? I came here once, don't remember why. A king? His cup? It's a port! Where did I find? Somerset Camp. Trader's Wood is a sprawling, secluded forest on the edge of the Reach. Few venture beneath its gloomy boughs, and the legend speaks of a king who sleeps under the barrow at the wood's heart. Bronzewood. Oh, that's expensive. Let's see. The wood is vast as a felled giant and fathomless as a great ocean. Like the ocean, much of it is hidden from view. Careful expeditions are required to go deeper into the wood. The forest is rich and wild in the verdant species of the Reach. Exploring the starlight dappled edges of the wood could be profitable. Gather flowers, hunt, slumber. Success. By a lake gray as the eye of a storm, you find a promising patch of herbs, green and gold and wonderful. Your crew help you gather those that seem the least familiar, for surely those will fetch the highest price. Deeper in the wood, where the light is almost drowned by the thirsty silverwood trees, you find flowers of every hue of nervantine. You gather what you can. Cool. Three figures, draped in scholars' robes, huddle around a campfire. They are arguing about kings. A banner in the colors of Somerset, London University's most respectable college, gleams in the firelight. As you approach, the discussion dies. One of the scholars, a woman with a fierce expression, stands up. Only scholars should be here. Are you one? The vituperative classicist compares your offering with the burnt toast and wan tea they had been suppering on. Well, all right, I suppose. The woman is a vituperative classicist, her companion's a dismal paleographer, a forlorn young man, and a feckless theologian. The, you know, that thing. a handsome youth with an easy smile. They explain that they are here to enter the regent's grave, where they believe a sleeping king lies buried. They do not agree as to the king's identity. Unfortunately, the college has cut our funding, the classicist explains. Speak to us if you're interested in helping. Theologian? Yeah. Your inquiry, let's see, induces a rare spirit of cooperation in the scholars. The last expedition into the woods found a document written in the correspondence. It contained directions to a place called the Steward's Font. The theologian explains. Alas, that is all it needs to break their alliance. The paleographer begins to argue that the steward was a chief position in Charlemagne's household. The classicist makes a pointed reference to Inanna's husband. The theologian's smile is forced. If you could find the font, it would be our immense boon to my work. Their sputters are protestation. Our work. Okay. He thinks that St. John the Apostle slumbers in the grave. Um, the theologian's eyes widen. He is delighted to have been asked that question. According to the Legenda Aura, St. John is sleeping somewhere, waiting for the coming of the Antichrist, which would mean the end of the world. And what is the high wilderness but that? We left the world behind, and the stars are going out. And just after we arrive, we discover a tomb hidden in an ancient wood. He runs a hand through his hair. Sometimes we must have faith. Let's see what the other two think. Sumerian Queen of Heaven sleeps in the graves. Isn't it obvious? She rolls her eyes. Fine, I'll tell you what I told the academic senate. The high wilderness is heaven, not as the church conceives it, but as the Sumerians did, a place of stars and chaos and impossible powers, in proximity to and affecting our own world, but far, far removed. She pauses for a breath. Inanna, the Queen of Heaven, entered the underworld in search of her husband and was trapped for a time. That is the myth. This may be the truth. She waves her hand dismissively. Besides, we made some promising discoveries in the wood. Alright, let's see what the third guy thinks. He thinks Charlemagne's in there. It's a little strange, I admit. You certainly won't find this in Einhard. But there are legends that say that the great king did not leave his people in death, and instead sleeps in a barrow, waiting for their hour of need. He almost smiles. You query his people? I do not forget that we are British. He pauses for effect. But is our queen not of German parentage? Would not her ancestor look out for her, Europe's greatest monarch, as she embarks on her most significant endeavor? I guess. The shadow of the barrow falls over the camp. A mournful wail carries on the wind. Oh. Why are they wailing? Y'all chill out. Let's see. Okay, we're not gonna do that right now, but outside of the Somerset camp, the great forest of bronzewood trees has gone untouched by human hands. Voices sound in the depths of the woods, forlorn and far away. The wood is vast and vastly lonely. There was no one here at present, but there are signs of recent passage. A discarded set of cups, From some clandestine picnic, loose paper hastily torn from a notebook, a few bullets and scorched grass. People come to the glade to conduct meetings as neutral ground and as a place to think, secluded from the watchful gaze of the high wilderness. Alright. I'd really like to go back to Winchester. My ship might blow up, y'all. And I don't know what happens if you die. This waste ray thing is scary, and I think I got by it. Sort of. If anything hits me once, I'm just like super dead. There is clean here, with the crystal scent of fresh water. You near the Regent's Tears. Ew. What's the bees? Not the bees. Ooh. Cool. Wait, is this... Ah, no. Wait. Ah! It is said that the lakes at the top of Regent's Tears have curative properties. This rumor goes largely unconfirmed. The ground by the lakes is too boggy to land a locomotive. Instead, you must land on a sharp, slippery ledge lower down the falls. The walk up will be punishing. Let's get up there. Oh my god. The woman has climbed the route many times. She is sure-footed, oblivious to the dizzying roar of the waters plunging down beside you. You lose sight of her behind a curtain of spray, and the water drowns out your cry for her to slow. The ground is too wet for you to safely cross. She must know every handhold and foothold. Without her expertise, it is folly to continue. Oops. Can't I just... Oh. Bye. Ooh. Ooh, I have a full bar of terror. Like I've started on a second bar. Well, this doesn't seem ominous at all. Okay, before this guy kills me, let me see what I got from that, beehive. Alright. With a groan like a dying whale, your locomotive's hull buckles. Your hull has fallen to zero, your captain is dead. Guess I'll die. An esteemed predecessor. The cold takes you. Oops! They managed to reclaim... Oop, come on. They managed to reclaim Orpheon. Spatchcock reclaimed locomotive. Though most fixtures were reclaimed, the Cotterell and Hathersade's Jerusalem was unfortunately lost. The convention did not dictate your predecessor's life. Their fellow Bohemians collaborated to provide this gift in their memory. The bank, after funeral expenses, passed on what was left from their estate. You inherit a copy of your predecessor's chart, though it lacks the details of their final voyage. You will begin your career with the benefit of some of your predecessor's experience. Let's see, 75 sovereigns. Start at level 3. Okay. Let's make it a tiny bit easier. Continue. Alright. Let's be a different person. You were a Z captain. You remember bats swinging across the still black sea, the distant lights of London calling you home, salty prayers offered to heedless gods. It was a hard life and often a short one, but you made your mark. What were you known for? Let's see, smuggling, exploration. You bought and you sold. Let's do one that maybe one of these two. Do I want to be a smuggler or a explorer? the difficulty of the overall game a little bit. Um, so I'm pretty sure they're both gonna be equally whatever. We could do villainy. I'm not gonna like shoot down random people because I'm not really confident in my fighting skills, but let's do some smuggling. Um, I'm not just gonna like kill random people. Space dragon. Let's see. Let's go. Okay. Take a faucet. I always want to take the ones with like special stuff. The Untersee demands a price from all who sail her. What do they demand from you? You were lost overboard, but the drownies bore you to their city beneath the waves, to cavort and delight. After a year and a day, you awoke on the mudbanks of London and wept. Or, you returned from a voyage to find your home occupied by strangers. You knew their names and their faces, but the place they once held in your heart had been filled by the sea. I'm gonna do the first one, cause Mermaid Party. For a time, you enjoyed the favor and protection of a mentor, someone who saw your potential and decided to nurture it. Who took you under their wing? A blind bruiser. His attempts to distance himself from his larcenous past were of mixed success. His guests were scarred and rough-spoken, and told bloody tales of smuggling and thief oaths, and nameless murderers. Alright, and we're back. Let's see, so I can kind of see where a lot of people were, but yeah, this part I don't get back. Let's see, inventory. Oh, I still have the box. Let's look at that. So I just need 200 sovereigns that I can get them to, to open the box. Alright. Um... Oh wait, let me see if I still have the, No, I don't have the quest anymore. I represent Halliges, the baking house. I promise this will only take a moment of your unquestionably valuable time. He produces a folded contract with a flourish. We hear promising things about you, comrade. Very promising indeed. We would like to extend our services. We provide a secure solution for the storage of your assets. Absolute discretion and steadfastness unto death and beyond. We require only a signature. The offer is entirely complimentary, I assure you. At Halliges, we measure ourselves by the quality of our clientele. Cool. Sure. There, it is done. I'm certain that this represents the beginning of a long and warm relationship between ourselves and your lineage. May it endure. I bid you good day, comrade. Central port of any region, you will find it. Cool. Um, nah. 5,000. Okay. Atakete's engines gone down in the fungal jungle of Hybris, being a remote and mysterious colony on the very edge of the Reach. Well, I guess let's get back out there. Um, I feel like they were cheaper up at the camp. So. 'Oh, I have no idea where I'm going. But I'm gonna keep going. guess I found the other town. Ooh, this is very pretty. See, behold, a ruin of giants. Gargantuan blocks zigzaw each other, furred with moss and whispering with orchids. A bucolic village nestles amongst them. Smoke coils daintily from the chimneys. A leisurely game of cricket unfolds on the village green. Uh, a ramshackle dock juts into the sky beside a farmyard scattered with rusty locomotive parts, plating, piping, and a chugging motor with its innards exposed. An oily-faced, black-haired girl waves your locomotive into position. Welcome to Port Avon, she calls as you disembark. A rich knot of scents greets you, leaves and wood smoke enriched by an infrequent but pungent intrusion of goat. Port Avon welcomes new visitors, but your novelty will wear off the more time you spend there. When you visit in the future, you may need to bring something to keep them friendly. Port Avon welcome is now 3. Um, Were it not for talk of smugglers and sky beasts, you could easily confuse this place for a village on the world you left behind. It's quite peaceful here, apart from some fuss over a newspaper delivery. The villagers frown and change the subject when you ask about it. A golden nebula scintillates above Port Avon's apple trees, allotments, eel fishers, and steepled church. Here you may, if you choose, immerse yourself in the village's quiet rhythms. Um, Someone has grafted brass wheels to the carcass of an old armoire and impaled its top with a jaunty damask umbrella. A man stands behind it, flesh and finery the colors of the dawn, shepherding customers through their sampling of wines. Sweet wines, sour wines, subtle wines, and sinful spirits of every vintage, save, of course, the Hesperidan cider. He gives a small, sad laugh. I know, because I looked. This is the only place with real apples. But even here, that cider eludes me. He beckons you with a gloved hand. A rare vintage unheard of and unseen since London, this merits investigation. Come closer. Come here. Come close and listen, you effervescent thing. I have a story. An associate of mine, he once gave me a sip of it, one golden drop to place under my tongue, and my life was changed. A carnivorous pleasure steeps in his voice as he speaks. I went back to the store immediately, of course, but the price was too much. And then, eventually the dreams drained away, and now I'm here, serving wine to drunks. His laughter is black and bitter, but the auroral sommelier, you know, gives you the address nonetheless, just in case. If you decide to risk the same grief, savor it for me. Interesting. Let's see, the heart of the village surrounded by orchards of real apple trees that were shipped through the avid horizon as seeds. An endowment of years from her renewed majesty grew them to swift maturity. Let's see. Above, a golden nebula is fierce in the sky. Amber light dapples the curving lanes. Locals nod to you cautiously as you pass. A light drizzle of silver rain brushes the village. Its beads are bright and tiny as pinheads. You are wearing out your welcome. Brotheridge, A Tour of Heaven, describes Port Avon's single public house as a welcome respite, justly famed for its authentic Old Earth cider. The locals can be welcoming for a while. You may be able to recruit more crew here. Okay, don't need that. The Cyclopean Ruins. What palace was this? What giant king made his home here? And why did he abandon the vast stores of souls that the locals still quarry from beneath the stones? Perhaps you might risk a furtive excavation of your own. Not one of the looming stones is quite square, yet they all slot together immaculately. What were these ruins before their fall? Even if their bones are tall and stately as the finest cathedrals of old France. What purpose did they serve in the past, plentiful days when their sun still shone? Hmm. No, I don't want to make these guys mad. Um. Ooh. Let's see. Let's go down. Because I think Magdalene needs the 3. And then that'll give me some. Ooh. Money. Ooh! Jeez. The cantankerous emits a long, flatulent eruption. It sounds as if someone had punctured a hippo. An engineer clears his throat. Once saw a herd of cantankerous mob a scorn fluke. Must have been 2 dozen of them. So furious they impaled themselves on its spine to get at it. Okay. When will you learn that your actions have consequences? Yeah. You gently shunt the larger pieces away. The crew are heartened to be doing something for the general good. Alright, the edges of the screen are closing in on me. Where am I? Okay, go around this corner. I should get to Magdalene's. See if there's a direct path right here. Nope. It's a little scary. You think those 2 dudes are still having this fight over here? slow. Verdant winds buffet your locomotive. Your remaining food swells, sprouting milk-filled nodules. One of the nodules develops a mouth and begins to swim. Hello? The winds do seem angry. Is this like weather? Jesus. Oh. Yeah, my food. Oh! My food bar was flashing blue and my terror was going up. But now it's fine, I guess? Okay. Ooh. 340. Oops. What did I just buy? Dang it, I don't want that. Let's see. The attendant in the foyer schedules appointments with the aid of a hefty day book and a very accurate clock. They are eager to explain the procedures and the rules that govern here. This is a hospital for the spirit. Our staff will become the person you need. Here you may say farewell to a doomed comrade, resurrect an old love, spar with a defeated enemy, all for a fair price. But do not overindulge. Our services are to heal, not become an addiction. Ooh. The glass spires of Magdalene's pierce the sky. Let's see. Observe guests. A trio of guests is going in together, all dark-haired and straight-backed. Yes, I know it's not the real thing, but I'd like a sense of closure, the tall woman says. What rot, barks the short woman next to her. You want to argue over the will again. I have told you once I'm not giving up the spoons based on a charlatan's say-so. Do be quiet, please, the one man says. I, for one, am more than happy to hear again why I was lumbered with the third best wardrobe. A tomb colonist is visiting a friend. Attendants draw lots to see who has to don the bandages this time. Let's see. 7 devils emerge from the chambers, their eyes all alight. They huddle in the atrium, apparently comparing notes. A mother wanders past with a young boy. He would only ever listen to his old arithmetic tutor. His death has been rather expensive. Alright. Cool. Let's see. Transit relay. 7 devils in my house? It's more likely than you think. Let's see. Oh, let's go find out what it found. It's a rock I can't mine. Got him. Let's see. One shot, one kill. Yeah. Failure. A man has died. Alright. I mean, it's just his hand. I don't know why. Like, pirate, like, sailor. You know, hook hands. Oh, what? Okay. Ooh. What do you want to bet some guy's gonna attack me? Maybe he got embarrassed because I called him out, so he didn't come. See, I have nae home, nae love, nae gold. I have nae breath, my heart is cold. So fold my arms and raise my hood, lay me down in trader's wood. Why? You singing creepy nursery rhymes, man? Failure. This quiet verge by a gushing, gurgling stream is adorned with flowers as bright as Nevartine gems. Your knees are soon green with grass stains as you probe the delicate flowers in search of seeds. Your crew assists, wandering the fringes of the forest in search of other flora. A stoker pulls you away from your work. A crew member is missing. They heard a woman's voice from deeper in the wood and ventured further in. They do not return. Alright, since nobody can behave, we're leaving the woods. Good job, idiot. I yelled at my crewman just as he dies. He got by the Fae. Ew, what is that? Ew, ew, nope, nope. Actually, nope. I don't want to just like die again. Did y'all see that? Success. 27. Neat. Oh, cool. The tears. Oh, Bunny Lake. Don't run to the side. What's wrong with you? Uh-oh. What if y'all, like, just weren't concerned about me? Yeah. Let's, let's try this again. Success! The woman leaps from ledge to foothold. She is sure-footed, apparently oblivious to the thundering roar of the waterfalls. It is treacherous work to keep up with her. When you finally reach the top, you help each other over the edge. Only now you can see that she is crying. She has wept endlessly for years. The tears run down grooves in her cheeks that have been worn there by the constant weeping. She gestures towards the water. Welcome. May the region's lakes nourish you. A monster hunter. Yeah, like that cool lady in the bar. The view from the top of the tiers is dizzying. The forest is so large and you are so high that all perspective is lost. Only your locomotive, small as a matchbox, breaks the illusion of a mossy meadow inches from your feet. You step back from the drop and turn to the lake. It is huge. You cannot make out any details of its far shore. Steam rises sluggishly from the surface. The water is warm. Phil! Oh! The water is hot as a freshly drawn bath. You must ease yourself in slowly. You settle on a flat rock, rest your head against the bank while knots in your neck dissolve. The constant drum of the rushing waters drowns out even your thoughts. All you can do is paddle gently and look through the steam out at the reach, emerald green, cathedraled with branches soaring like buttresses. In this moment there is only beauty, savage, exquisite. And you needn't worry about the descent. It'll be easier than the way up. Hmm. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Let's get a new facet. Ooh. An esteemed predecessor. The earlier captain in your lineage is held in high regard. Ooh. Let's see. Yeah. Privilege. Any other fancy names for these rivers? The peacock wind. Fruit ripe in your hold. It is inappropriately delicious growths bob in your porridge. Oh, this is giving me more food. Wait. But I'm terrified about it. Where am I going? Something to crave. What does that mean? Let me see. A bed of eels wriggles through the sky. Scoop. Oh. No eels for me. Oops. Hmm. More eels? Yeah. What's that? Oh. A once proud engine drifts here, riven by destructive growth of fungus. Alright. The engine drifts unhappily through the sky. Its hull has been split by an eruption of corpse-white fungus from inside. The name, Parzival, can be made out in brass letters on the side. The first engine through the avid horizon, a navigator whispers. London's pride. She was captained by Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe, and her mission was to chart new horizons beyond Albion, but she never came back. What happened to the first engine in the high wilderness? Its doors are sealed and its lights dim. It drifts in the currents, mangled by fungal extrusions. Bolt cutters and pry bars are required to break through the outer door. Its locking mechanism is antiquated and slickened with an oily substance. You wrench the doors open and are immediately greeted with a cloud of yellowing spores. Your vision blurs just as your navigator torches them, igniting the air with burning fungus. A few gaslights flicker on the walls. The scratchy sounds of a gramophone can be heard. Spores drift through broken carriages like dying fireflies. Recruitment posters bearing Her Renewed Majesty's face molder on the walls. Music, scratchy but distant, echoes through the empty carriages. A great wall of pulsing fungus separates the back of the engine from the front. Let's see. Armory, breach the fungus. Plush seats surround a decaying paper map, placed on a mahogany table. Drinks, some floating with mildew, have been poured in glasses around the table. Maps hang from sprouting fronds like peeling wallpaper. Spores float gently through the room. Logbooks lie scattered about the table. None date from after 1897. The engine's destination was to be Trader's Wood. The last entry regards a stop at Hybris, which they named High Brazil. Something was brought on board. The captain's bunk has collapsed in a pile of rotten wood and infected bedsheets, wet with fungal growths. You've gained one terror. Some talk of Alexander and some of Hercules, of Hector and Lysander, and such great names as these. But of all of the world's great heroes, there's none that can compare with a tow row 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 to the British Grenadiers. Okay. The solid iron walls of the armory are stained and rotted with sporing bodies. Lockers hang open, revealing decaying and antiquated sky suits. The old design, with thermal chest plate and brass buttons for fastenings. Several of your crew coo appreciatively, but back away when prodding of one suit reveals a fruiting colony of golden black mushrooms has sprouted within. Amongst the outdated and unused weaponry, you uncover a trove of novels, fanciful stuff, but all concerned with the possibilities of space travel and the interaction between modern man and the alien. Gained a terror. Here's a health unto Her Majesty with a fa la 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 confusion to her enemies. Let's breach the fungus. Success. You organize your hardiest stokers into a rota, slowly but steadily widening the gap between the pallid walls of quivering fungal flesh. The smell is direful, as are the ominous bulges protruding from the mushroom bulk. Thanks to your capable direction, however, a wide path is cleared straight through the fungus, bisecting it like two lungs separated by the trachea. You pass through unharmed. Send her victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. The front of the engine is even more infected with sprouting mushrooms and sporing fungal growths. The engine room lies ahead, seemingly the source of the persistent movement. Before that, however, is a haze of spores, rendering the corridor ahead entirely noxious. Let's explore the crew cabins. The sounds of the gramophone are louder here. Battered metal and tormented wood paneling comprise the confines in which the crew dwelled. Chubby toadstools, round as pastries, dot the cramped bunk beds. Mementos of home are scattered about the fruiting debris. Slim volumes of Arnold and Blake, vials of honey, and engravings of simple domestic scenes can be found under every bunk. You also uncover a little tally chart on a folded up bit of paper. It seems the crew were organizing a whip round for their commander's retirement present. They'd settled on a plot of land in Port Prosper. Who didst brood upon the chaos dark and rude, and bid its angry tumult cease, and give, for winding confusion, peace. Oh, here's when we cry to thee for those in peril on the sea. Um, let's see if we can get through here. Partial success. You go alone. Your crew disappear behind you, lost in a haze of orange and gold. Above, sacks of sporing fungus encrusted to the metalwork begin to erupt. Showers of spore and viscous liquids render the terrain still more hazardous. You feel a peculiar sensation. Your hands tingle, as though wishing to reach out to touch the fungus, as though for one more drink. You increase your speed. There's a cry behind you. You turn to see one of your crew, a particularly distractible signaler, has entered the miasma after you. Her hands hover over a mound of virulent gold fungus, as though transfixed. Let's get her. You call out, risking spores entering your mouth, and begin to run. Your signaler flinches and draws back just as a fungus pops, emitting an iridescent cloud. You see briefly an image of an old marshy place, bedecked with sprawling fungus. A large tower of wobbling mushroom. A word enters your head. Mother. You come to with your signaler crouched over you. You send her back to safety. You're fine, you're fine. You press on. On thee our hopes we fix, God save us all. The engine room is before you. Light and music spill from under the door, queasy and persistent. Enter the engine room. The thick steel door is scoured with bullet holes and is held in place by tendrils of ropey white fungus. As you approach, you notice the damage done to the walls, riddled with bullets, old stains on the carpet. An attack was mounted on the engine room. You can hear music loud and clear from inside. An eerie green light pours through the hinges like floodwater. You push open the door. You've entered the engine room of the Parsifal. May God have mercy on your soul. Uh... The engine room is cold as a sunless sky. Your breath hangs in long chains before you. The boiler is off. The infernal gramophone sits atop the boiler. The music is no better for being closer to it. Before you lies the dance macabre of fungus and corpses, hand in front. On the wall, suspended by fungus, is a body in a captain's uniform. The corpses bear bullet wounds. They are unmarred by fungus, decaying in peace. Amongst the rank insignia you spot a first officer, a chief engineer, and a conductor. All died violent deaths. They are far too few to amount to be the full crew. The boiler, a battered, antiquated, wheezing contraption, stands silent and broken. Strips of iron hang in front of it, as though it had suffered an explosion. Inside, you find fungus amidst the ashes, clumps and clusters of tendrils that sprout from the charcoal. When burnt, the spores would have infected the whole engine. Oh. The corpse of the finest officer of his generation hangs from the wall, suspended by loops of pale fronds. His skin is sallow, and strands of golden fungus crawl beneath it. His eyes open. Oh. Percy Blythe looks down on you. Blue fruiting mushrooms speckle his beard. Next to him, the gramophone crackles out dreary anthems of years past. His mouth opens too wide as he speaks. His jaw cracks. Suspended from chains of fungus, Percy Blythe begins to stir, and probably alive. He fixes his gold-flecked eyes on you, as his mouth begins to move as though wanting to speak. He groans, his mouth opens impossibly wide, and a cloud of yellow spores emerge. I am all that's left. An oily liquid begins to drip from his left eye. I am a child of the grave garden. The voice alters, becoming more clipped, more static, like that of the voices on the gramophone. I am Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe, captain of the Parsifal. My task was to explore the wilderness and return home with new discoveries. He groans as though weeping. I am all that remains. I want to go home. What? Oh. Did my controller go off? Ah, there we go. We met the children on Hybris. We sought to know each other, wanted to go to the wood, wanted to see what was kept from us. Percy is drooling as he speaks. The gramophone clicks as yet another patriotic dirge begins to play. Percy Blythe struggles in his bonds, pulling himself up to stand a little straighter. We made contact on Hybris. The fungus was so bright, so beautiful. His eyes shine gold. I brought it aboard, God forgive me. I wanted the crew to see, to know. Oil leaks from those hollow eyes. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Some came willing, others refused to join us. We had to... He breaks off into silence, staring away into the middle distance. Percy Blythe launches into a long, meandering, slurred story of children and gardens, of a cruel king who needed but did not love his subjects, despite their love for him, of knowledge denied and growth checked, of tyranny and freedom, of grief and betrayal and longing. The music bursts into sudden life. Percy jerks and fixes you with an infected eye. I was stupid. I thought would be welcome here, and we were. We were welcomed. We were loved. The children, the Verdants, they wanted us. He begins to sob. It is a sad, squelching sound. You approach gingerly, fishing for a handkerchief in your pocket. Reaching up, you begin to dab at the oily tears that scour the lieutenant commander's face. Beneath the grime, you can see Percy's flesh is remarkably well preserved, save for the vibrant tendrils of golden fungus running beneath the skin. Thank you, he whispers. Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe lets out a low moan and slumps forward. The chains of fungus adjust to accommodate his despair. Home, he slurs, like a drunk man demanding another drink. On Hybris, Mother spored us there. She set out her children across the stars to learn. The traitors would. We were forbidden from entering there, but now its king is dead. But this craft failed before we could arrive. The body jerks as though shocked. Percy's face rises to face you. London, he rasped, London. No, the commander hisses, his eyes rolling in his head. Sabotage, mutiny, ignorance, no fuel. The children, too greedy, spread too fast, like fire. The engine is broken, the crew all gone. I am alone. His head lolls as though his neck were broken. Lieutenant Commander Percy Blythe, decorated hero of London's forces, first captain through the avid horizon, gazes at you, slack-jawed and unseeing. Please, he rasps, take me home or finish this. He twitches. We just wanted to know what was kept from us in Traitor's Wood. Why did our king not love his children? I kind of want to take him to Traitor's Wood. I know where that is. And, I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I mean, it's fine, right? Oh. The remnant of Percy Blythe does not appear to register your response. His head bobs with the tilting of the locomotive. You begin cutting the body down. It's a task only made more difficult by the discovery that most of the far wall is, in fact, a rubbery sort of mushroom, whose weak yellow flesh is entirely embedded in Blythe's back. You are forced to cut down a whole section of the wall, exposing the metal shell of the Parzival, and carry Blythe out upon it. On board your engine, he mutters and twitches, as though diminished by the separation. You leave the Parzival drifting alone in the sky. Ooh. Okay, so Traitor's Wood is... I think it's all the way down here. I wanted to get in this wind so I could get some more food, but also I wonder if this is going to push my terror up too high. Or No, actually, I guess it was less than I thought. Oh, I also forgot about the bees. I'm kind of scared of the bees. Though there is that nature reserve guy who wanted some bee wings or whatever. Heck, he gonna do with bee wings? I have no idea. Ah! Nope, it's cool. Just ignore me. I'm not doing nothing. Oop! A sudden jolt. I think we hit something, comrade, your driver observes. The mists are thick. You could turn back and search for it? It would use up fuel. There might be danger. Perhaps wherever you hit was valuable, or perhaps it needs help. Um... Success. Searching the mist, you discover a sinuous, many-winged creature of the skies, still stunned from its impact with your engine. Your crew tie and cage it. Okay. Trying to make it to Somerset Camp. Yes, it is. And they don't sell fuel at this port. So that kind of sucks. I mean, it's possible I could make it to Magdalene's. Port Avon I don't really like going to after going to it once. There's also New Winchester. But let's stop by here and see... Let's unleash some horrors. Oh, there we go. His eyes are golden as though reflecting sunlight. His handshake is weak and his voice rasps. His periods of lucidity have been intermittent and fewer by the day. He is alert now. Captain, a reward, my medallions. He fumbles at his breast to unpin his stained medals. You are compelled to assist. He clutches your hand before turning to face the darkening wood. At last, we will know. A tremor passes through his body. I should not be here. I should not have been kept from here. He walks slowly into the pale wood. The trees bow as he passes, as though to embrace him. He does not look back. 500 sovereigns! Nice. Let's try and make it to... I feel like Magdalene's. Yeah, I'm glad I helped Percy. Poor guy. Oof. Yeah, wait, that's fine. Here is an abandoned homestead, its roof sagged, its windows empty of glass. For every settler that makes a life for themselves in the Reach, another is lost. Failure. You discover food tins and old wax-stoppered bottles from the house. During your search, you found signs of a struggle. Broken plates, toppled chairs, a bullet dug into a lentil. Isn't that a bean? Got some more supplies. Oh, happy Pride. We just hit 1st of June, 1905. Let's see. Let's treat my terror. The skies are full of terrible wonders. All skyfarers see more than they should when they sail the sunless sky. The sound of soft laughter and the occasional sob echo through the stained glass walls of the treatment chambers. An attendant sits guard before the door. I'll just need to ask for the particulars. We will always alleviate your fears, but the method is at your discretion. Request a treatment for ennui. The wonders of the heavens no longer still your heart from beating. Okay. He takes your hand very briefly and holds it so very gently, as though it were a rare butterfly that had alighted there by chance. This way, please. The attendant holds up a candle before 4 doors of mirrored glass. 4 of our staff are available today. Each has their own specialty. Their names are not yours to know, only their craft. He smiles suddenly, his teeth gleaming like links on a chain. You know yourself best. Who can tend your wounded heart? Whoever you need, you can find behind one of those doors. Ooh, I wonder if the captain can show up. Let's hit that one. Yep. Your old captain has her boots on the desk. She's playing with her pistol when you enter. Suppose I ought to congratulate you for finally equaling me in rank. Though I must say, a train's a bit easier to manage than a ship. She laughs. It's been years since I went so much near a dinghy. Come here. She opens her arms to embrace you as you brace yourself for impact. I thought terror was that thing down in the bottom there, but I guess not. Who's up here shooting? Oh yeah, they're having a little war. Wah! Don't hit me. Ooh, I have a bunch of money now. I think the last thing... Wait, let's see. We're 427. I think the last thing I want to do today is open the box. Because I think having money gives me enough stuff to hire someone to open it for me. So let's go back to Winchester. Oh, let's also stop by the memorial to the unknown rat just to pay our respects. I've been enjoying this game a lot. I think that the whole vibe and like the weird lore is right up my alley, and it's free on Epic Games. This was the free game for Pride Month. Yeah. Thanks, Jeff, for pointing this out. Ooh! Morale is strained and someone has been careless. One of the barrels in your hold wasn't securely fastened. It has split, spilling the precious hours across the floor. Already, the hour's insistent melancholy has begun to permeate the engine, and your clocks are becoming erratic. You can get undead crewmates. That's cool. Some of the geodes are cracked. The safest thing is to dispose of them quickly and don't miss any that spilled out. Oh, that's the thing that I bought by accident. The crew hurry the hours to an exterior hatch and pour them out. You watch as a month spills, glittering into the night. It is not the date it was. You've lost one barrel of unseasoned hours. Now we're on the 6th of June. But at least we have the rat. Look at his little goggles. Amazing. Oh, I'm really far down. I feel like we're doing pretty good the second go. Did pretty good the first go too. I was afraid this game was going to be extremely hard. Is that guy okay? We made it. Let's see. I'm gonna open the box. Yeah, the lisping cracksman. Hey guys, I'm gonna open the box. This has been my goal since I learned the box existed. One time in a game, I turned in like a letter or something, and she was like, "Oh, and thank you for not reading it." So I reloaded my game and read it because I didn't know I could. And then I reloaded it again and turned it in without reading it. I will open a box. Thank you. The cracksman does his work and departs promptly, fingering his fee. Once he's done, you drag the heavy lid open. The box contains a figure clad in woven blue robes, its face hidden by porcelain death mask, but it isn't a corpse. In the eye sockets, brown eyes flick open, blink at you, and frown. Apparently, you are not what it expected to see. This is one of the shades of the dead which dwell in the Blue Kingdom, and are strictly prohibited from leaving it. They are also forbidden, under any circumstance, from speaking. It was a mummy! I was right! Captain Whitlock stole one of the shades of the dead from the Blue Kingdom, smuggling it out in a box. That box is passed to you. The spirit is that of a young man, short and slightly dumpy. It exhibits the mute solemnity common to the inhabitants of one of the kingdom of the dead. What if I just closed the lid? He can't talk, is he? Hesitantly, the shade takes your hand and with one cold finger spells out Jacob on your palm. It gives no second name. You notice a faint discoloration spreading around the shade's neck and shoulders, a mottle of salty white. Its skin is beginning to peel with flakes the color of fresh salt. You hold out one hand when you name London and the other for the Blue Kingdom. The spirit hesitates, its own hand poised between yours, then lightly and hesitantly it touches the palm of your left hand, London. In places the shade's skin is hardening to a glistening white crust, like salt. The contagion worsens the more you examine it, as if the very act of perceiving it was fueling its spread. Um... The spirit holds up its hands to examine them, it then turns them around, and you realize that the backs, which face you, are worse affected than the palms. Are you the cause? Is it the act of perceiving the spirit that is responsible for its desiccation? Beseechingly, the shade indicates the box's lid and mimes closing it. The salt contagion now covers most of the shade's substance. Some of its extremities are solid chunks of salt, like a sculptor's most delicate work. Any further encroachment will lead to its destruction. The spirit does not complain as the stone lid slides back into place. After its time beneath the glorious incandescent regard of the Blue Kingdom's sun, perhaps it's content to spend some time in the dark and the quiet. Okay, I think I got the important stuff. I learned his name, Jacob, and I learned what he wants. And anything else would have killed him. So that's okay. Um, so I will indeed be taking him to London because that's what he wants. Let me see. What do we got here? I still haven't found the flower town. I mean, I don't need to anymore, but like, where is it? Let's also look at this. Oh, mining. Mining, canning, additional cargo. I do not. What do I have selected? Yeah, and then I would be able to sell them for more money. Um, yeah. I think I want a mine. Wait, what else do I have selected? Oh, I have 387. Oh, I know. Let's go up and sell some state secrets or something. Ooh. Due to undermanning, one of your crew cabins sits empty, but a story has taken root among the crew that something sleeps in there on nights when the wind howls, something that leaves frost on the bed sheets. Some of the crew have begun raiding the pantries to leave bowls of food outside the cabin door. Your cook complains. Try as you might, you can't get a wink of sleep in the empty cabin. The winds are restless and it is too cold, an insistent cold that doesn't care how many blankets you pile on top of yourself. In the end, you return to your own cabin to snatch a couple of hours' sleep and creep back to the vacant one before first watch. Frosty fingerprints speckle the doorknob. Inside, the blankets on one of the bunks are rigid with frost. Ooh. Yeah, I saw that, ooh, a scary story. I did see that, the, uh, the little isopods, you can can them. Let's see, let's visit Victory Hall. I've gained 300 sovereigns. Alright, now let's get a mining thing. Oh wait, inventory. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see, where is... So now I have a mining thing. That's pretty cool. Ooh. Big floating rocks, yes. That night, your sleep is peppered with uncomfortable dreams. You dream of a storm whose lightning scratches words across the sky, and whose thunder is a cacophony of voices belonging to people you have known. Its winds pluck pitifully at your clothes. You are wearing black, somber, funereal black. You wake. Conversation, tea, perhaps a biscuit, those fundamental human things that help us forget moments like this. Hmm. You find someone in the galley. They couldn't sleep either. You exchange a bleary greeting, a stiff pot of tea, and conversation about the overflow valves. Already your dream seems distant and silly. Hey! Ooh, a company house. I like her as much as the other one. Is this guy okay? Bruh. The heck? Oh, that's a thing. Okay, I got it. Ow. Let's see. Suddenly there's music. What is this? Oh, it's the cold place. Okay, for real, once we get a look at whatever this question mark is, we're gonna save and quit for today. Hopefully it's a big rock. What's this? The Valentino. A wreck. The wreck gleams with frost, its windows are dark, its engine silent. Perhaps something of value lies within? Success. Your boarding party follows you gingerly through the rent in the wreck's side. The steel bones of the engine groan miserably. You will need to hurry. Lifting your lamp, you lead your party towards... Your party efficiently and thoroughly turns the cabin over, throwing everything of use into a frost-crackling bedsheet to be examined in better circumstances. Then you hurry back to your locomotive in time to watch the wreck crack, split, and spill its remaining secrets into the sky. Oh. This, Hey, bud. You, marauder? Okay. Let's see. Oh, do I need to be at a port? Latin lyric, yeah. Yeah, you got that right. Maybe I need to turn back and, spikes? Ooh, mining. let's get back to a dock. What did I get? Oops. Let's see. Let's continue on down around this. Oh. An engineer cries out, her voice hoarse as a professional mourner. It's gone, she points through one of the stained glass windows. A star, it winked out. You look through the glass, stars burn upon the firmament. The specific patch of sky she's pointing to is indeed empty, but you couldn't say if a star had been there before. The prospect of brandy provokes a ragged cheer. Soon the crew have rosy faces and broad smiles. Your locomotive resounds to a lusty, if approximate, rendition of how the sailors lost their Z's. No one looks out of the windows, though. No one looks at the stars. Alright. So that was Sunless Skies. We're definitely gonna come back to this game because this game is amazing. My plan is to have what we've done of Final Fantasy VIII so far up on YouTube by Wednesday. And we could actually come, like next week we're doing D&D, but the week after that, we could come back to this. Yeah, thanks everybody for coming to my first Saturday stream. And I'll see y'all later. Bye.